What's going on, everybody? We are back for the final segment of the Back from Broken Summit, the final segment today, because tomorrow the fun keeps happening. Yes, my name is Marla B, and I hope that I'm streaming in now. It looks like I am to me, so I'm going to keep going. So welcome to everybody on Facebook, welcome to everybody on YouTube, and welcome to our community in Clubhouse. If you hear us talking about Clubhouse and you're on Facebook or YouTube and you're thinking, what is this that they keep talking about? Well, it's amazing and you need to check it out. It's an awesome audio app, and that's where a lot of the magic happens for our community. So just send a message. You can find me on Instagram, or you can put into the Facebook chat and I'll check it later. If you really need an invite to Clubhouse, I will hook you up because you need to get on there because it's amazing. So for this next little time here, we are about to enjoy an incredible creator, a storyteller. The man is a miracle, in fact. And I am very delighted to be the person who is able to moderate his interview because it is going to be, I think it's going to be amazing. And I don't know him too well. I've met him just a few times online, but Dr. Ed is always telling me, you got to get to know Paul Rogers. You got to get to know him. So I am very excited to bring him up here. So Sean, I am ready for the video to roll. If you are ready, then you just hit play and we are going to take it away with Paul Rogers. Okay? And until that happens, I will keep talking. So Sean, feel free to interrupt me. Okay? Again, yes, there we go, that's good. There we go.
Hi, my name is Paul Rogers. Let me ask you a question. Do you believe in angels, coincidences, miracles? Are you seeing the same number over and over again each day? Or is this all a bit funny? Is this you sat on the fence, not entirely sure, or even a skeptic like I was? Now, I'm going to take you on a journey through my life and some adverse situations where I have now discovered hope and opportunity. And yeah, buckle up, ladies and gentlemen, you're going to love this. So first of all, I started off as a commercial lawyer. You're like, commercial lawyer? How come you look like this? The thing is that I started in 1999. I followed what my head told me, what society expects, which is to go to college, get a good degree, go on to a successful business. And I was kind of good at it. I spent 10 years doing it, but success is not what I pictured. I kind of felt empty inside and I almost stuck. So I rescued myself by actually following one of my passions. And my passion, believe it or not, was kite surfing. Now you're starting to get the picture. Here, see, you can see where we're going with this. So I went from multi-million-pound deals to pumping up kites on the beach. And you know what? I was happy as anything. Age 35, massive change from, oh, hang on a minute though. I did wear a suit and hey, I was now wearing a wetsuit and I went to board meetings every day. So we then went and I bought the business. I then opened an office in the Cayman Islands and one in England. So I suddenly had an international kite school. And like any good story, you need a hero and you need a villain. My villain came in the shape of my partner who decided that I was having far too much fun and I needed to leave, exit stage right. That was another huge adverse moment. My wife and I were to arrive back in Quebec at Christmas time. So there I was in the airport with my little board shorts and deck shoes. It's kind of -20 outside. So the first order of business was to buy some clothes. We didn't have anywhere to live. So what we did is we bunkered down in one of my wife's relatives' summer house. We had to decide we needed to get a job. I was to start my transformational immigration journey, which culminated to last year, where I am now a full-blooded Canadian citizen. So that is cool. So we had to get a job to support us both while I did this process. And so the jobs which were hiring Well, way up north on the Indian Reserve, so First Nation Cree, we were then to spend 5 years on the reserves teaching. I then became an adult education teacher, and it was phenomenal to really experience a different culture within the same country. And so we learned a lot and we enjoyed it. But we're anything but we are kind of restless. So we are looking for something else as well. And there were how can I forget? Two personal tragedies, which I'm just going to introduce to you. The first tragedy happened in 2014. I got that call, which nobody ever wants to get. I'm so sorry, Paul. It's cancer. My world just fell apart. It felt like I'd fallen through this great hole in the floor. I can't really remember what happened immediately after that. It was all a bit of a blur, but I did know that I needed to get myself down to Montreal. Now, Montreal's 10 hours away. So we drove there, but being a British citizen, I was not covered in Canada. So I went back to the UK, and cancer, like any other big illness, when you go to see, you get put in a medical system, and it's a very good system, but there's tests, there's scans, and then nothing. I've heard it's called scanophobia, which is having whatever test you're having and then waiting for the results. That time there is entirely mental game. So my skin cancer came in the form of a melanoma, which was on my back. I can't just have a normal one. I have to have one with all the bells and flutes. So unfortunately, the little fella decided to take a trip up into my armpit and all my lymph nodes. So you can't nuke the skin with radiation or anything else. We have to go down the surgical route. So 3 or 4 operations later, and same operation which ladies have for breast cancer to remove the ancillary lymph nodes, they got it. It's clear. And actually at the moment, I'm 6 years and counting. I'm not out of the woods yet because I have to have 1 year every time I go back to be checked. And it just brings back every memory. But do you know what? I found something in that adversity. I found my strength. I found that I had a purpose. And I really do believe that they are the essential ingredients to pull you through, to be able to spot an opportunity, even in the face of something horrible. And it just needs to be, you need to be aware and looking for it. When you look for it, those opportunities come. I'll give you an example. Have you ever had a situation where you've been thinking about a red car, and then when you go out, you see red cars everywhere? That, in my book, is opportunity. Once you're tuned in, you can see it. So you'd have thought life had kind of had my thing, and it's kind of done. I could stop the talk right here, but no, unfortunately, that's just the warm-up act. The real accident happened in 2018. 19th of March 2018, a date I will never forget, because that's the day I died and was reborn. What happened was that I was with my wife and 2-year-old and a great big beautiful husky Malamute named Siku, and we are driving back to when we picked up my son from daycare, and we were driving back home, and it's March. A lot of snow in Quebec, so a lot of snow. And we were passing over an unmanned railway crossing when a train hit the car. It totaled the car, and I was with it. It's effectively run us over. Apparently we were T-boned, and we went about 100 yards down the track. My wife and I were knocked out immediately. My son miraculously didn't have any injuries, but it breaks my heart to know that when he cried, there was no one to protect him. There was no mummy and daddy. He was alone as a 2-year-old in a world in a wreckage. Even now, it hurts. My wife and I were to wake up 10 days later in the hospital. I woke up to a broken back, broken vertebrae in my neck, and a smashed skull. Also, I had no idea of who I was. And this went on for months. And also, I'm in Quebec. I speak French here. And it's hard enough anyway to do the translation from English to French and French to English. So I didn't even understand the language, which is really weird when you wake up, and when you can't even understand people when they talk to you anyway. So my parents got that call, which again is just 1 second. 1 second can change everything in your life. Do not underestimate that power of just 1 second. My parents' life was to change in that 1 second. They got the call, which no parent ever wants to get, that you need to get here. You need to get here from England. There's been a terrible, terrible accident. We're not sure if he's going to see it through the night. In fact, they actually gave me a 7% chance. Question, why 7%? Why not 5? Why not 10? 7 seems really specific to me, but apparently it was a 7%. I and my wife do not remember anything. And even 3 years later, I still don't remember anything. I think it's my brain's way of trying to protect me. So my parents had to jump on a plane. They had to fly across the ocean. That's 7 hours. 7 hours is a long time, even when you fly anywhere, but 7 hours with a clock that doesn't move, that actually it's ticking super slowly. So they arrived in Canada, and because we are so far up north, they had to get a sort of puddle jumper. My wife woke up the night before me, and she asked the nurses, she can't remember this, she asked the nurses if they could take her down to my bedside. And she sat there and she talked to me and talked. And then she went back to her room. The next day, my parents arrived, and the intensive care nurses and doctors ran to my parents and hugged them. My parents don't speak French, but they are able to communicate. I was awake. They said they did nothing different. They didn't give me any medication. They said, we know, you know why you're here, to make that final decision to turn the light support off. That could have been it. But I was awake. And they said, we have no idea how that happened. We are going to call this a miracle. Now, when I see you workers start to talk about miracles, you kind of sit up and listen, because it's a very casual phrase, but this one really meant it. And why did my son not get injured? Remember I mentioned my dog? Okay, if you've got any tissues or Kleenex ready, now's the time to go and get it. On the impact, the firefighters told us that my brave husky Malamute, whose name is Siku, jumped over the back seat to land on top of my wife and 2-year-old. They said that if he hadn't have done that, they would have almost certainly been killed. He sacrificed his life to save ours. And I do absolutely believe that he was an angel in furry disguise. It's kind of a cyclical story, because we got him from a pet refuge. We rescued him. He rescued us. And so in my book, that is a hero. That's an act of love and compassion. I tell you this story not for pity, not for a boo-hoo moment. I tell you because even in the midst of a tragic, dark, horrible place, there's always a balancing act of love, compassion, beauty. And I've written a series of books which is dedicated to calling him the White Wolf. And he is my White Wolf way. It's kind of like my love letter. It's my thank you. And now writing these books, I've immortalized them. These books are free. And I ran the name of Kate Summers. You're like, well, that's kind of weird. It was kind of my female presence that came forward to look after me during the accident. And I named her Kate Summers. She's been responsible for almost of my healing. So I then go on this journey to heal. I couldn't walk. I couldn't talk. My impact had ran my mouth shut. I didn't even know who I was. But I looked at myself in the mirror because they removed all the mirrors. And I had these big black eyes. I had my dreadlocks. And I thought, my God, I look like Captain Jack Sparrow. So Johnny Depp, if you're watching, I didn't know who I was, Paul, but I certainly knew who you were. So what an impact. So 3 years of constant journey. I still haven't got out of my journey. And people talk about trauma. Trauma never goes away. You just get a lot better at managing and living with it. I have acute PTSD. Go figure. Being run over by a train kind of does that to you. But I don't believe in coincidences. I got asked this question: if you had your way, would you go back and change and everything? Most people have said yes. I said no. This has made me 5 times stronger. Forget version 2.0. I am on version 5.0. And now I use whatever platform, speaking, writing, posting social media, I use anything to fulfill my purpose, my second chance at life, which is to help others, to give others their purpose, their passion, to get them unstuck. This is what I'm going to do. This is not, oh, it didn't work out, I'm going to go to McDonald's and get a job. This is what I'm going to do for the rest of my time here. And I want to pay it forward. I want to make sure that I really, really make every second count, because every 1 second in your life, there is always a choice. You may not be responsible, like I wasn't responsible for the accident. The chances of that happening are less than if you walked up to somebody and guessed their mobile number directly. So I'm kind of hoping, because it's bad, I might actually win the lottery, but that's just between you and I, okay? And so trauma, we're going through a trauma at the moment. We've been locked up for a year. So I can feel all that pain. I want to help because I've just been doing it longer. I'm not a hero. I just want to help other people. And I found my strength. I've found my strength through adversity. And you, I can guarantee you, I'm looking at you now. I'm looking not just at your face, I'm looking inside you and your soul. You have everything you need. It's all inside. The best doors always open inwards. And now I want to give you a very special gift. This is a way of me having never have met you. It doesn't matter. We're all brothers and sisters, but I want to give you something back. I want to give you a free article. It's an article and a checklist which actually helps you define your signature strengths. What a thing. 5 signature strengths. So how do you get this? Well, if you go to my website, so it's www.takeactionacademy.ca. Hey, I'm now a Canadian, so not .com, .ca. And then you just need to leave your email address, and you can then grab this document, which is titled Signature Strengths. I hope you find what's in there for you. I hope you find what I am now feeling every day. Every day is not sunshine and rainbows. It's not all jolly, jolly. And happiness is an inside job. I still continue with my struggle. I still have pain every day. 3 years, I still have pain. 3 years, I have acute PTSD. I wouldn't give it up for the world. Why? Because it gives me the fire. It gives me the passion to come and talk to people like you who I want to reach. I can't see you, but I can feel you. So I'd love to end on a quote. One of my favorite quotes, which is from Dr. Wayne Dyer, which is, don't die with the music still inside you. You have a message, you have a story. And whatever you're going through at the moment, there are lessons to learn. Adversity shapes us. It reveals character. It doesn't make character. It reveals what you already have and the strengths. And this strength is in the story like mine to pass on to somebody else. I hope you've been moved, inspired. I'd like you to have these takeaways. Find your strengths, as in my article. Find humor. Humor has kept me alive. Humor in any situation. And be kind. You don't know what any other people are going through. So rather than being right, be kind. My name is Paul Rogers, and if I can help and reach out to me, please, I'd love to get to know you. And thank you so much for listening. I appreciate you, and I hope you've now discovered your angels and your miracles.
Yes, Paul, welcome.
Hello.
Paul, I really want to just come through the screen and hug you. I haven't figured out how to do that yet.
Well, let's just pretend we're having a virtual hug, and
having a virtual moment, everybody.
It feels great.
Yes. Now, Paul, like, that story was so powerful. It was filled with, a lot of serious life tragedies. And I found myself laughing throughout it. So that is the trademark of a true master storyteller. Like, that was unbelievable.
I mean, to be honest, I think when you tell stories, you can't leave the audience in a bad place. You can't leave somebody on the low. No one. Hey, how many times have you been to a movie, and it's been a sad ending? And they turn the lights on. I've got something in my eye. Wouldn't it be a lot better when we go to something which actually makes you feel good? And I think that humor, which I mentioned, you can get a very serious message across without demeaning it, but with a sense of humor which people then can understand.
Yeah, well, you did that perfectly. And Paul, we're very lucky right now because, first of all, we were paired up together for this interview, and that is divine intervention because, you don't know much about me. I don't know that much about you, but I more than believe in angels. I operate with angels and spirit animals and miracles and all of that. And we just generally have so much in common. So you and I also get the luxury right now because we have a little bit more time. So we're going to go deep on this. Okay, Paul?
Love it. Love it.
Let's go there. So first I want to know, how did you become such a great storyteller? Were you always like this? Does it have to do with your training as a lawyer? Talk us through how you are an expert at this.
Well, I've always loved telling stories to start with. And actually, being a lawyer kind of squeezed me. And I was always accused by my business partners and my partners, you're not very lawyerish. And I used to take that as a bit of a compliment because I thought, well, actually, I'm quite happy to be me. And the one thing I always was, which I'm very thankful for, is I'm able to take something really quite complicated and put it in really easy terms for people to understand. I mean, I can explain how a company works on a sheet of paper with a circle and a stick man. And so that's like 6-7 years of, lawyer training. And to be honest, there's always so many stories if you're willing to tell them. And part of I'd run a Find Your Voice public speaking course, and it's called Find Your Voice, because actually every single person, every one of us has a story. Nobody has ever had an easy pass. If they have, I want to meet them and shake their hand. But, you know, but I think I think it's, hey, I just have great fun doing it. And if I'm having great fun doing something, I kind of just stay with it.
Yeah, well, that's very obvious that you enjoy it, even though it is probably a very difficult story to tell. So since you've probably told it many times, even though it's still quite recent, you know, when you said 2018, I was like, that's 3 years ago. You know, that's really recent. So how has the progression been in terms of telling the story? Does it get easier to tell the more you tell it, or does it still, you know, have elements of trigger? Can you speak to that a little bit?
Absolutely. There are parts of it that get easy, but there are parts which still I struggle with desperately. The when I get close, it starts to make me stutter. That's, hey, this is real. So there is a picture in my media kit of the actual accident car. I can't even look at it. My wife put it in there, but I can't look at it because so how yes and no. There is more no than yes, and actually being completely transparent with you, every time I tell it, it comes at a cost. It comes at a physical cost. When the camera stops rolling, the story doesn't stop rolling. One of my doctors recently said, well, why do you do it? Why do you do it if it's that? And I said, because that's what I'm meant to do.
Yeah.
And I would gladly put myself in the way so that actually people will get something from it, a causes or so I, as cheesy as it sounds, I believe that the cause is greater than the individual.
Beautiful. And it sounds like you have a lot of experience of rescuing yourself by following your passion. Like that was a big takeaway for me, actually. So I kind of want to go back to sort of more the beginning of the story of where you started off. How did you really go from being a lawyer to being a kite surfer? And like, were people in your life like, Paul, what are you doing? Like, so walk us through that a little bit.
Everyone thought I was back crazy. See, I dubbed myself there. The thing is, I was really successful. I was really quite good at what I did. But to be honest, I found that I turned into a complete arsehole. And I just was like, this is not the person I wanted to become. And I had a hobby, which was kite surfing. I wasn't actually that good at it, but at the weekend, you could dress up in a wetsuit, disappear down the beach, and you just be anonymous. So I thought, well, why don't I turn that into an occupation? So I made the decision to end that, and I gave back my sports cars. I had 3 cars. Why do you need 3 cars? So I handed the keys back to that. I rented my house out, so I waved goodbye to that, and I took myself off to Dominican Republic. I was 35 at the time, so I was like to think I was a spring chicken until I met the 18 and 19-year-olds who were on their gap year. And they were beautifully bronzed and everything. And that was me, an out of shape, pasty white Englishman, not good. So I like to try and blend in. So I thought, get a tan. Wrong. English people, when they get the sun, they turn crimson. So I stood out even more. But I trained and I passed my exams and I came back to England and I went from doing multi-million-pound deals to pumping up kites on the beach. And it was bliss. I had to tell my dad. I was going to quit. So I was like, imagine this. Dad, I'm going to leave the law. And he's like, okay, son, what are you going to do? I'm going to become a kite surfing instructor.
Oh my gosh.
He says, well, son, you're an arse and now you're about to become a bum. So, and that's a true story. So, right. and so I love him to bits, and he's been supportive the entire way. It's just one of those microphone drop moments. You're like,
Right. I love that line. That's pretty amazing. So when you were a lawyer, did you have dreadlocks?
oh no, I had
Okay.
the buzz cut. I was I had the sort of spiky hair,
Mhm.
I looked, I thought I looked, but I wasn't. So I thought I was awesome. In
Mhm.
fact, I get asked the questions, what advice would you give your younger self? First of all, if I appeared to my younger self looking like this, I'd cross over the other side of the street, because I think there's a homeless person and he wants something. And so I'd say, I'm not listening to you. I know everything. So I got the dreadlocks actually from when I didn't have the dreadlocks to start with, because the hair kept getting me in the face, and I got really fed up because I had longer hair. So it knotted. So I went with it, and I've had these for 10 years now.
They look awesome. And we have a lot of people listening on Clubhouse right now, which is obviously an audio app. So can you give a physical description of yourself to paint the picture for them?
Absolutely. First of all, what you've got to know is that I'm absolutely gorgeous, drop dead. Just start with that.
It's true. He is very handsome, everybody.
Thank you, Clubhouse. So, I'm seeing here, I've got dreadlocks down to my sort of mid-chest. They're brown and blonde. I've got one eye and side of my face that doesn't work. More of that to come. And I've got borrowed Joseph Technicolor Dream Coat, which is orange, blue, yellow. Every color you can imagine is in it. So Clubhouse, I love you. I'm on there quite a lot, but next time, go and check my profile picture out. You'll see how ridiculously beautiful I am.
Yeah, he's on Clubhouse, everybody. You can actually find him on there, Paul Rogers, so you can give him a follow there if you are listening. And I know you are listening in the club. So Paul, like if people who know me are watching, they would see the two of us and they'd be like, oh my gosh, of course Marla would interview this guy, because we're sort of, you're my kind of people, I gotta be honest. And we do have a lot in common, like I said, because we're both in Canada. But how did you end up in Canada? So you were in the Dominican, and then is your wife Canadian, or how did Canada fall into this?
There's only one reason why you'd cross the planet, and that's for a girl.
Yeah.
So that is exactly why. Yes, my wife is French Canadian, and I am now a full-blooded Canadian resident. Thank you. I had to salute the Queen. I had to. I was like, I'm English. Right. It's kind of implied when you're born in that country that you would pledge allegiance to it, but I did. And so I ended up here, but Dominican Republic to here, I went to the Cayman. So I had a school in the Cayman Islands and a school in England. England, you have to dress up like a seal in a wetsuit. Cayman, you can stroll out there in your board shorts. So I chose to stay in Cayman. I was in business, but unfortunately my business partner decided that I should be screwed. So that's what happened. I then ended up in Canada at Christmas time, because there is goodwill to all men. And I arrived back in Canada with my wife, because you only have 7 days to leave the island once you lose your work residency. We got back, we're at -20 because it's Montreal, and there was my little deck shoes and sort of like flannel shorts, and we had nowhere to live. We bunked down in one of my wife's family's summer houses. So I can also tell you that there was no room at the inn at Christmas. So all the cliches, I have them all.
Yes, and that's hilarious. And so then you went from being a kite surfer to working in First Nations communities, which, by the way, is something else we have in common, because I've traveled to many First Nations communities in Canada. And First Nations, for those listening in the United States, is a term that we use for Native American in Canada generally. So then you went and worked on the reserve for 5 years.
Yeah, I worked in a place called Waswanipi. So and they're Crees. That's the First Nation up there. There's 9 communities, and once I got my permanent residence, I worked as an adult educator. So the good thing was I was able to bring the law and the sports into one place. So I co-wrote a diploma program called Recreation Leadership.
Wow.
And so it was really good because people will relate to this. They've been told that my students were 18 to 28, but they'd been told that they were no use, they would drop out. So and there's only a 5% pass rate out of high school. So these guys were kind of on the scrap heap at sort of like 15, 16, 17. But they're great sports people. And what we did is I deliberately took them out of their comfort zones, because I said, you can read this entire book and you will not know anything more about leadership.
Mm.
And so we went whitewater rafting, we went skiing, we got them to volunteer at the North Aboriginal Games, which is in Toronto. So we came in your neck of the woods there, and they grew as a people. And now, 2 or 3 years later, they are teaching, they're being leaders in their own community. So I was due, before the accident intervened, to go back to do a second year on a course. But that was a thrill to really just take people who were broken, who've been told they are broken, and make them now actually be their own leaders. I really believe a leader grows other leaders, not followers. And that was my goal, to breed and to make leaders. And I think I did a good job there.
Yes, sounds incredible. I mean, especially since you created and co-wrote the program. That's amazing, because I think there is kind of a really big misconception. People think Canada, oh, what a wonderful place. And that is true. But I think a lot of the time people are not aware of the fact of how many First Nations communities there are in Canada that are without resources, or that are isolated and that are in need of educators and uplifting. Like, that's a huge thing. So I really applaud you for going to the communities and providing your light there. Sounds like you really did birth some leaders who will then affect the rest of the community.
Exactly.
Yeah. So a theme in your life is obviously transformation. You're going from one thing to the next, and then, what's gone on in the last few years. So when it comes to why transform, like, how do you define that?
I actually, I define that as 2 words in 1 word. What we have is our form. That's our physical body. That's the thing we can touch. It's our beliefs. It's what other people have told us. That is our form. Trans is to go beyond the form. That's why it comes in front of the word form. It's to soar above. It's to break the mold of what the form has been told that we are. So when I say transform, I have that picture in mind of soaring, like the invisible part breaking out of the actual form part.
Yes, I love that. If you're listening on Facebook or YouTube, drop a comment in there, maybe like some angel wings or an angel halo or something like that. And on Clubhouse, just, tap your microphone and give some applause to that, because I'm going to be taking that with me, that new understanding of transform. I love that. That's going to really influence me. So another thing we have in common is we both are cancer conquerors, warriors, survivors, whatever is the term that you like. And, there's a lot of debate about, like, is it a battle? Is it a journey? Who knows? But so I want to know, like, when they told you that you had cancer, what was your reaction to that?
I've listened to how your reaction was. And when I was listening to your story, a lot of it hit me, maybe at a deeper level, because there's having your life just fall through the floor. It's like, it's undescribable. It's like this hole opens up under you and your whole inside just falls out. And I got it on the telephone. So I got the, this is what it is. And at some point my wife came home because she was working, and I couldn't even get the words out to say what it was. She just came in and go, oh my God, what's wrong? And eventually, and then once you get over that shock, you just get put into a process. They're like, okay, bang. And the whole of your life is done in a timetable.
Mm-hmm.
Do this, do that. One of the things they don't tell you about having cancer, I had skin cancer. So actually, I was relatively okay, but they don't tell you about the wait after the scans. You go for a scan, you go for an appointment, and okay, it's in about 2 or 3 weeks' time. That 2 or 3 weeks is hell.
Yeah.
And then when you go back, and I mean, what they did is they did these tests, and actually they found the cancer had spread to the lymph nodes. So they said, well, look, we have to take it all out, which is very similar to a breast cancer operation. It's the ancillary clearance. And they got it. I am now in my 6th year of being clear. But there's always, and I know that anyone who's had this or any other serious illness, when you go into remission, is always that, is it going to come back? Even if it's just a tiny, tiny little voice. And each year, each day, each time I go to sleep, each day I wake up, I'm just getting one day further and further away. And I've got to the point, I don't care. Because I can't be worried about, haunted by something which may or may not happen. I don't care. When it comes to me, I'll fight it on that day. I'm not going to go back and fight something which is just a figment of my imagination.
Amen to that, Paul. I'm ready for another virtual hug. Okay. So coming in here. Yes. Okay. Because it's true, because it's those fears about the future or regrets about the past that hemorrhage your energy. So you completely miss the presence, which is the entire point of the whole thing.
Exactly.
So anybody else who's listening out there, worried about something in the future, stop. It's over. Okay. We're not planning the future right now. We're here present. And right now something amazing is happening because Paul Rogers, I was going to say I'm being interviewed by him.
Hey, I can ask you a few questions.
Oh my gosh. Okay. Now I do want to get to the part in the journey that has to do with the accident, how you're a man who had a fight with a train. I heard somebody, Dr. Ed, describe you like that. But you won. Well,
yeah. I mean, I would not recommend anyone doing what I did. Sometimes you see this, please don't try at home. Right. Yeah. This one has that all over the place.
Yes, exactly. Wow. You painted that picture really well. And you just told that story so well. And I appreciate that. So really, you are a miracle, and the doctors even recognized you as a miracle. I mean, 7%. And when you said 7, I'm a 7 person, and I was like, 7, it's a spiritual number, it was what was going on in my head. So this whole part of how the doctors even described you as being a miracle, can you share a little bit more with us about that?
Absolutely. And here's something I didn't say, and actually I don't say and don't talk about. So this is the first time. I've crossed 4 times.
Wow.
So when I say I talk about angels, I've crossed. And that's why I know why I'm here, because I got sent back for a reason. I didn't want to come back, I can tell you that. But I have been given a reason. Now, I don't say that in many places because I don't want people, I don't really care, actually. I'm like Ricky Gervais, I don't care. So, Dora, it's not the Golden Globes, Dora.
Yeah, okay, good.
I haven't got a pint of beer next to me so I can swig that like him. But there is so much, and what this has taught me, there is so little we understand about what world we live in, what forces there are actually at our control, what guidance. I mean, I'm a big fan of Wayne Dyer, and there's one other quote which he uses, which is, if you knew who walked beside you in your journey, you would never fear anything again. Wow. And that is the whole point of what we do here on Back from Broken. It's the entire point. It's actually saying there is somebody, something walking beside you, and you have no reason to fear because it's with you. You got this far for a reason. You don't get this far to die of boredom. You didn't get this far just to pay the bills. You got this far for a reason. And part of my voice program is I will take people who will make an impact. If you're just course hopping, not for me. If you're going to go on and you're going to use it and you're going to influence and you're going to help people, I'm all ears. Because I don't have to take anyone. I don't want to just grab everything that comes my way. I'm selective.
Right. Well, I hope you select me when I sign up.
Oh, you don't need any schooling, man.
I feel like I still want to know. Oh my gosh. Just your ability to, I mean, from everything that's happened in your life, but your ability to really hone in on what the gift is and to be able to deliver the gift. Like, I'm receiving the gift right now, and I can feel it in my body that other people in the clubhouse, on Facebook, on YouTube, they're also receiving it. So something powerful is happening right here and right now. And another ability you obviously have is to see the beauty in things that other people wouldn't necessarily see as being beautiful. So when it comes to the accident, can you talk about what was beautiful? Where did beauty show itself in, one of the darkest times?
The beauty is something I referred to, which was the sacrifice of my own white wolf. The firefighters, they told us, and that's one other thing. When I woke up, I didn't even know whether I had a family or not. You can't process information because I was in a coma for 10, 12 days. So you don't snap and go, bing, okay, I'm up to full cognitive. So, it came out that actually when we were shipped down south, I said, well, who's going to look after the dog? And my parents were like, okay. And so what they told me is that on the impact, he jumped over the back seats to land on top of my wife and my 2-year-old. And if he had not have done that, they would have been killed outright because the train hit on the right-hand side and it came into the cabin where I was. And my wife was sat in the back. Thank goodness, because if she was using the passenger seat, she'd have been obliterated. And the reason I tell that story is it's not so that people go, oh, pull. I hate pity. If pity is the wrong emotion to be sending, as a fellow warrior, pity is not what we want.
Exactly.
But what I do is I tell that story to say, even when it's dark, it's destructive, things are destroying in your life, there is a white light, a shining, beautiful, loving, compassionate thing. But it's not there going, hey, I'm opportunity. It's clothed in the clothes of darkness, of pain. And if you're just able to just pause, just look over to the horizon, it's there. You just have to actually, it's like when I got taught how to drive, the first thing I did was I just looked to the end of the bonnet. And that was all I could do because I was but then when you start to lift your gaze, that's when you start seeing the light.
Yes. Wow, that is so beautiful. It is, and it's always there. It's the presence that is never in absence. And that's the beauty of it.
Yeah.
And I'm sure that's coming through to people right now who are listening or who will watch later in the recording because the power goes through all the connections. So when it comes to the books that you've written. Now, first of all, did you say that the books are all free? Is that what you said?
Yes.
Wow. So
well,
just where we get that actually.
Well, there's a couple of reasons.
Yeah, tell us.
The most important one is I want people to have the access to information. I'll come on for a reason of why. And they are all on Amazon, Amazon.com.
Okay.
It's called The White Wolf's Way. And the white wolf, there's a picture in the book of my actual dog in there, how I remember him. And it's, as I said, it's my love letter to him. And I've actually written 5, I've published 3, and they're bestsellers. And I don't say that because from an ego point of view, I say that because actually it means that people who need to read it are reading it. And that I don't look at the ratings or anything else. I just know that the people are pleased to do it. Now, the second reason why I did it for free is that actually there's a lady called Kate Summers who wrote them. Kate Summers is me.
Mm-hmm.
And so people say, oh, it's a pen name. It's like, well, for me, again, we're going to get a bit woo-woo here. So
I'm the person to go there with. So let's go.
When I woke up and when I still was in wherever I was, because I wasn't entirely here, that's a different story. A female presence came forward, and I cannot explain anything other than that. It scared the hell out of me to start with, because it was like I was not in my body. And I now know the medical term is disassociation. Well, I would see myself walking 3 or 4 steps in front of where I was. So I wasn't actually looking through my own eyes. And she wrote these books, and literally I channeled all of them. Mm-hmm. And now I've got braver. I've actually put Paul Rogers, Kate Summers / Paul Rogers.
Okay.
And that was obviously a gift meant for other people. So that doesn't strike me in any way, shape or form that there shouldn't be a charge for it.
Right. So before the train accident, did you have experience channeling or anything like that? Okay, so he's shaking his head no for those of you on Clubhouse. Okay. So okay, because I actually have a little bit of experience with this, which is why I'm the person to talk to about it, which is why we're set up here, even though Sherry set us up and she didn't even really probably know that it was going to go here. So something's at work here, okay? And I totally relate to what you say when the presence just stepped forward. And before that ever happened for me, I was like, people always say that, but I don't know what that is until it happens. Then you're like, oh, wow, there's really no other way to describe it. Mm. So it is very common that people who have near-death experiences, and like, first of all, were you pronounced dead? And then
the medical papers, again, I haven't looked at them because I can't, but my wife and my parents told me, and it takes, I can tell this now, but let me tell you, it's taken months and months and months of work to get to this point where actually I can even talk about it. Mm-hmm. So yes, it is documented that 4 times, I believe it was on the way from the actual accident from the train to the hospital. I went through 3 different hospitals. Do you know why I know that? Because I have 3 different hospital cards. I'm like, I never went there. I never went there.
Wow.
So what they did is they took me to one hospital, they stabilized, worked on me, and then they took me to the next one, stabilized, until they could get to the big one with the breathing, life support and the breathing apparatus. Mm-hmm. So yeah. So yes, in answer to your question, yes, it has been documented.
Wow. Well, it is common that people who have near-death experiences, when they come back, they have a lot of different experiences, but they often are able to make contact with, let's just say, spirits, for not going too woo-woo on anybody here. Since we're at the Back from Broken Nation right now, which I mean, a lot of people are actually, and I don't even know if we need to use the term woo-woo, but I digress.
We say it in a kind of it's a fun expression. I mean, to be honest, people, I think people are a lot more tuned into this than they ever were before. And I think one of the reasons is because we are all collectively in a trauma situation, which means, thankfully, we seem to be having a deeper look into ourselves, a deeper look into why and what, and people are reevaluating. And people before, they're too busy. Oh, I've got the deadlines to me. I've got this to me. Now they ain't got the choice. They've actually got to say, okay. And I think that's a good thing. I really do. That actually more people, and the more people I talk to, the more people I seem to think and hear that they have something like this, which is encouraging.
Yes. And I think that, I mean, since you're talking about, the collective trauma that we're experiencing right now, I mean, it is obviously making a lot of people refocus as well. And though it is a collective trauma, and I mean, we're seeing a lot of trauma come out right now, I think that it's coming out because it's time to heal it. Because it does seem like a lot of trauma right now, but the thing is that historically, that was a lot of trauma too. And at those times, for whatever reasons, humans didn't have the ability or the safe space or the time, because they were working so hard, to really come out and heal this. So that's why I feel like this is a particularly exciting time to be alive right now. And that's how I digest all of the trauma that's coming to the surface, because it actually has been there all along. And if we're able to look at it now, then we can transform it and we can affect it with the right tools. And yeah,
I think that's why this summit and this name really, really, it really sort of spikes where we are. Everyone should actually be listening to back to broken type summits, because this is the light. This is the tip of the mountain. As Dr. Ed says, we see at the top of the mountain. Well, there is a reason for that, and that we can actually help others. Every single person who's come on here has had one goal, and that is to help other people.
Yes, exactly. And I just want to speak to the people who are watching right now or listening on Clubhouse. We're going deep here with Paul Rogers because he has an extraordinary story. And that's why we're taking not that other people didn't have an extraordinary story, but we have the opportunity right now to go a little bit deeper today. And so we're going to turn the corner here now, Paul. So we've gone through sort of the transformation, and we've gone through, what has happened after the accident. So we're just coming to that now. So what other ways did your life change after the accident?
My independence has changed. I've always been a self-employed person. I've spent most of my working life in self-employed. I'm not now. I've been medically retired. I'm 47 years old, and they said, no, you're done. And actually, I could just roll over and take the coin. I could actually do nothing. I don't need to do any of this. I don't need to. What I do is I want to do this.
Yeah.
And so my life has changed. That before the accident, I was just about to go and take my whitewater rafting exams. I'd been to Costa Rica in January. I'd whitewater raft that. And so I was off to North Carolina. So anyone in North Carolina, I feel you. And then the accident happened. Now, let me tell you, if for those people who are going, yeah, whatever, the universe has got a sense of humor. Let me tell you why. The street I live on, street at the bottom of my road, is called Railway Street.
Wow.
The street I live on is called Passenger Street.
That's wild.
So, seriously, guys, so that
is the universe having a laugh. Like in the talk, you mentioned, like, when you see or you're thinking of the red car and then you see the red car, but this is like on a whole other level, Paul, like that. It's beyond coincidence. Okay. And I don't think we're people who really just subscribe to coincidence.
No, I mean, we see, if the universe wants to have that much fun with you, why wouldn't you want to do the same? I mean,
yes,
and I say to the spirits who are listening, I say, look, next time you've got a message to tell me, just leave a note on the bedside. I promise you I'll read it. Please do not run me over with a locomotive again.
Right, exactly.
So I'll get it. Trust me. I'm seeing the signs.
Yes, definitely. Oh my gosh, you have so much you have such a beautiful gift to give people. So if someone out there is feeling stuck in their life, because this is all about go from stuck to amazing, so if someone is feeling stuck, whether it's in their life situation or their work situation or relationship, or even just the physical body that they have, because our bodies, like you said, there's pain. There's, pain is a big part of it. So what would you say to someone who's feeling stuck in any of those ways?
Part of the transformation journey is that you have to feel pain. You think of a caterpillar. The caterpillar, at the end of its caterpillar life, is in pain. Its molecules reform. It thinks it dies. And what happens is it wakes up and it's this beautiful butterfly. And the butterfly looks down at the caterpillar and says, "Why didn't you fly?" The caterpillar looks up at the butterfly and said, "I didn't realize I had wings."
Mm-hmm.
And so how do you find your wings? This is how I found it. I found it by zeroing in on what I like to do. Nothing else matters in life. Nothing matters. It's not, oh yes, but that's not, it's unconditional. Find something you like. I'm an Ikigai instructor. Ikigai is a Japanese word for, and there's no direct translation, but it's what gets you out of bed in the morning. And you have the 3 Venn diagrams, which is what you love, what you're good at, how do you get paid. And they're where they intersect in the middle is your Ikigai. So my Ikigai word is transformation. And so you go in what you love. What do you love doing? Doesn't matter what that is. Are you any good at it? Yeah. Okay. If you do that, but you're good at it, but you can't get paid, it's a dream. If you get paid and you're good at it, it's empty. There's nothing in there for you. If you then get the, I'm good at it, it's what I love, and I can get paid, that's your Ikigai.
Wow. I really love that. It actually makes me reflect on, my life in the past and what kind of jobs I've done before and how it really does fit into that kind of thing. So what's it called?
Ikigai. And it's Ikigai. I read it in a book. First of all, I read the book Ikigai, and go and Google it, just Ikigai, read it, you will love it. I can guarantee it. I then took a course to be an instructor in it, which actually is done via a card game. And,
really?
And so for those on Clubhouses, I'm reaching into my left drawer. I am not pulling out a revolver or anything else. I have here the Ikigai cards. And my whole idea, and I really wanted to do this, and I still want to, is to try and take this into high schools, to actually talk to the people who are just about to make a big career decision, to stop people going from where, one of the questions which I love is, what job would you like to do which your parents are telling you not to do? I thought that was really good.
That's actually one of the principles to guide you.
Exactly.
Oh my gosh, that does sound like fun.
So, you put these all together and there's 20 questions in each. And the idea being is that people, they enroll on courses, they maybe get 2 or 3 years into it and they're like, nah, that's not me. Or worse still, they may go 20, 30, 40 years down that direction. Mm-hmm. And then at that point, the Japanese, when they retire, they actually get to do what they love. So what you'll find is when you go to Japan, that actually all your tour guides are really retired guys and women. They're so, because that's what they always wanted to do. It's like, so retirement out there is almost like the butterfly that actually they then get to do what they wanted to do, to give back, to talk to them about the cherry blossom and everything. It's, if you read the Ikigai and the story of Ikigai, it's all threaded through that. But what you said about careers, all thing, a lawyer, I was helping people, saving them from difficult things. Kite surfing, it's a pretty scary sport. It's extreme sport. Yeah. Making sure that they're safe. Teaching, same thread. Public speaking, same thread. So if you look back at where you've been, and there's this great, I think Steve Jobs, you say, life can only be understood looking backwards, but it must be lived forwards. And so if the people listening, if they just take a moment, just write down what careers you've been, what you've done, where you are now, spot the thread. And if you're not aligned on that thread, get back on that thread, because that is what your purpose, your true calling is. You don't want to get to the end of your life and say, I thought I've got it wrong.
Yeah.
Nobody's going to come and save you on that. You have to actually make that choice yourself. We can help you.
Yeah, we can help you, actually.
Yeah.
We can help you, and a lot of people on the Back from Broken team can help you. I mean, Grace Ann today did that amazing talk about, you know, leaving your corporate world job and really setting yourself free for your family and for yourself. And when you ask the question, you know, what job would you want to do, but your parents wouldn't want you to do? That's funny, but it actually doesn't apply to me, because I was the youngest of 4, and I was like, I want to be a juggler. And they were like, then be a juggler. And so I've been a juggler for the last 15 years, actually. Like, I've had a great time being a juggler.
To be honest, you know, and broken doesn't mean us. You don't get a magic book saying this is what you need to do when you become a parent. It doesn't. Our parents, it's no good blaming them. It's because blame gives your power away. They were broken people. We're all broken to some extent. They did the best they can. It's now up to you to do your best. You ain't going to get it right, but that's okay. Nowadays, there's far more people. Any one of the wonderful speakers who have spoken today, you can reach out. If any one of them has lit that spark, lit that fire inside you, they did that for a reason. They talked to a part of you which needed to hear that. Don't be shy. Reach out to whoever did that. If there's more than one, reach out to both of them, because the coaches are there with their hands out, waiting for you to, and they'll take your hand, and they will. The only time you ever look down on somebody is when you're helping them up.
Wow. Wow. That's beautiful, Paul. You have really gifted us today with this extended period of time that you've spent with us. And, you know, you did mention that it does come at a cost for you to go to some of those places. So I really want to thank you and respect that, you know, you're paying that cost so that others can really have a breakthrough and receive your gift. So we're about to wrap it up here. Is there anything else that you wanted to add into the mix before we close the day? Actually, we're going to close the day after this and go out on a high note. So anything else, Paul?
Well, I'd like to leave people with a takeaway. Whatever has brought you here, do not question it. Do not question why you have come back to this summit. We as speakers haven't questioned why we are drawn to it. It's something which has pulled us, and we have become a family, all of us. There is no reason why, and I heard Dr. Ed saying, become part of that extended family, where you can find us on Clubhouse, you can find us on Facebook. Be part of that family. We collectively will look out for you, and we've got your back. You've got a new team in your corner.
Yes.
So I would like to leave on day 1. And oh my God, if this is day 1, just imagine what day 2 is going to be like. So if you haven't heard anything yet which inspires you, unlikely, then keep listening. Somebody will light that fire, and that's why you're here. You're here because it has brought you here.
Exactly. And so, Paul, tell us one more time where people can find you to connect and what was your offer again? Can you tell us your offer?
It was find your 5 signature strengths.
Yes.
Which is it's actually really good fun. It's really reflective, and it makes you think for a week. It's like, why did you think it? What were you feeling at the time? What did you learn from it? It's a really good type of journal. Where people get hold of me, I am most active on LinkedIn, and I go under the tag Paul S. Rogers. Apparently there's hundreds of Paul Rogerses. I feel very sorry for the planet that is the case. So I'm Paul S. Rogers. Look for the dude with the dreadlocks. You won't miss me.
Exactly. And are you wearing a Technicolor Dreamcoat on LinkedIn?
Oh, hell yeah. I wear it every day.
Good. I love the Technicolor Dreamcoat. When you said that the other day for the first time, I was like, yes, nobody ever refers Joseph in the Technicolor Dreamcoat enough. So, Paul, I am just so touched that we got to have this time together and really connect.
I love it.
I appreciate that, we're part of a family together in the Back from Broken Nation because, I'm only one province over. So I would love to come to Quebec and get to know you a little bit more.
Oh yeah, when lockdown or all this silliness goes away,
Exactly.
it's going to be a walk in the park.
Exactly. Okay. Well, then we are going to thank you one more time, Paul, and then we're going to close the day. So you have a wonderful time, and I love you. And we're going to leave on another virtual hug here. Okay. Thanks a lot, Paul.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Okay, everybody out there, that was Paul Rogers. How amazing was that? Put your comments in the chats and then tap your mic so we know you're clapping on Clubhouse. That's how we clap on Clubhouse. I am Marla B. This was the first day of the Back from Broken virtual summit. So tomorrow is equally stacked. You do not want to miss what's going to be happening tomorrow. We're kicking it off in the morning. I believe it starts at 7 and then the first speaker comes on at 8 a.m., I believe, and that will be Nick Keys. She will be opening it up in a traditional Sunday manner. She's going to take us to church. Yes, she is, because she's a beautiful singer and she has an incredible message and she speaks like fire. Fire will be happening, okay? So that's what's going on in the morning. You can share this, you can comment, you can like, we love that stuff. I'm Marla B. You can find me on Instagram. You can follow the Clubhouse room, all these wonderful things. So I think we are ready to sign off for the day so we can all get our snacks going on. And if you're in the Clubhouse room, you know exactly what I'm talking about because we're a snacking community. That's literally what it means. Okay, so everybody, I love you dearly and I thank you so much. Thank you to Dr. Ed Womack, the huge team. Thank you to Sean for being the technician and everybody, Sherry behind the scenes. I just love you all and we'll see you tomorrow. Bye-bye.